read the title correctly. இது வந்து ஒரு 12 hour stream இருக்க போகுது. No fluff. If I quit, I'm gay. Hopefully. When you guys look at back at this or whatever. Fuck, what am I need some water. I'm dehydrated. Yeah. When you guys look back at this, if it's not 12 hours, if the video is not 12 hours, I'm gay. Hopefully, it's going to be 12 hours of leet code. That's the plan. I'm going to change the title in a second. Leeting. So yeah, it's gonna be 12 hours, all action, nothing else. Let's go. This is graded descent. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Am I right? Do some. I should probably like use some sort of, I need to draw my answers and shit. I need to draw my answers and shit. Given an array nums and an integer target, return indices I and j, such as so they're giving a list of numbers. Now worker and I j k. This will be now. And target is I plus j. And I need to return the I and j. Okay, it's pretty rudimentary, I would believe. So first step என்னன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, it isn't okay. So I think the first step, I should iterate on the nums, right? I should iterate all over the nums. And how would I like actually find the target? So I mean, yeah, they need the indices. Indices of that. So yeah, how do I actually find that? I think the best way to go about it is let's see. So I think I should create a thing called sums set, right? And I should iterate over the nums for I nums. After I iterated over that, I should pick the values. So let's look at another example. I don't want, yeah. Right. So this will be the 1 comma 4. So how would I actually decide? I think I should. What should I do? What should I actually do with this? Iterate all over nums and get. So I want the if I will be the first value in nums. If I could do it in a brute force way, doing for. I can do it in this kind of way where. But that's like the brute force solution, I think. Let's just give it a try though. Why am I doing the brute force way? I don't think that's even right. So what should I do? I know it's an easy question, but I've never done it. So let's see. I've probably done it once, but it's one of them. You gotta constantly. So what am I? Brute force solution is the only thing that I can think. So for j nums, for I nums, for j nums, fuck, so awkward. Given we need to find indices I and j such that I is not equal to j and nums I and j is equal to, can you rearrange the equation to try to fix that iteration? We can iterate through nums with indices I, let difference is equal to. Okay. Fuck's sake. Difference. How do I spell it? Is equal to target minus nums indices I. So that would be the difference. If difference Why should I minus it? Like 10 minus 5. 10 minus 5, we have difference is equal to 5. If difference is found in nums again, oh, such a simple question. If not, iterate back. If it's false, iterate back again. Okay, and return. Let's run this. I just write I think. What do you mean? What is the error? What is the error? Trace back. The output was true, but I expected type is list. Oh. Okay. Why is the output true? It should be like false though. Huh? I want to store that value. Can this shit like go away? Fucking. How do I make this shit go? My granny called. She no. Okay, fuck off. So I want. What do I want? Output. Yeah. Equal to empty list. So return. Fuck. What should I? Fuck. It's cold outside, but still runny nose. So output. I should add. I can add in output, right? I mean, in a list. I'm pretty sure. I should. What should I add? I should add the difference. Difference, comma. I should add both of them. I should add the difference and I. No? No, num of I. Fuck. Difference is equal to. This should work, hopefully. I'm pretty sure this syntax is wrong. how to add things in append. Obviously, I knew it, but I didn't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? Like how to add two. Oh, fuck's sake, bruv. Bruv. Append. What should I append? Output? No. I'm just fucking around sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that 3Fs? Difference. Let's see. What do I get? How do I output it? What the fuck? Append. Output. Okay. Fuck's sake. It's just semantics. I got the logic down. Just the semantics. Okay, I got the 4. Ah, though, that's the thing. Like, six, 7. Okay, shut up. They just want the indices. So I should do like a slice thing, I think. Difference. Brother, alhamdulillah. 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 So I should get there. So I should get there. Fuck. It'll be 3, 4 now, hopefully. How do I get indices from I'm pretty sure it's the other way around, but worth a try. It works. But, you know, why does it not work? No, I shouldn't do this right. I should do target. Ratchet assholes, man. These ratchet assholes. You can never trust them. No, I think I. Add to, okay, difference would be target minus I. Why I? I don't get it. What is I? The first number? That's why it works, probably. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. That's even the crazy thing. Yeah, it's all wrong. Is this my life? Yo, that's low-key depressing. But it's cool though. It's cool, I'll get a job. It's cool, I'll get a job, nigga. It's cool. It's cool, man. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Oh, shit. What's the third hint? It will take like one lookup. One quick little lookup. If it's in there. If the difference is in there. So let's say yeah, why does it not work? What's wrong with you? Is it because it's already in here? Out of range +1. I don't know. Have you ever thought of brainstorming? I don't know. List is out of range. What do you mean it's out of range? How could it be out of range? I don't get it. Okay, let's say 0. What is going on? Can I print? Yeah, I don't think. I think that is like the limit. So take 3 iterations. How come? I don't get it. What the fuck? Is it even printing that one? I'm pretty sure it does, but. What? Should be 4. Okay. How is that 3? I don't get it. What? Minus target. Dude. Submit, maybe. I think it's the wrong answer, but. Oh, fuck. Is that what it is? You can fuck off, please. What's going on? I think I've attempted enough, bro. Fuck. I'm pretty sure I can look at it and be like, so this is the actual answer. What is enumerate? What is enumerate? I never. For fuck's sake, mate. Enumerate. 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 Return an enumerate object. Iterable must be a sequence, an iterator, or some other object which supports iteration. The next method to iterate return enumerate returns the tuple containing a count. It starts to default 0 and obtain or iteration. Or just gives 0, 1. That makes life so much easier. Enumerate is basically a function, built-in function then. That's just gonna give segmented parts. And the indices built into it. That's fucking cool. Yeah, that's cool, mate. Yeah, that's cool. It's basically a small function. Start iterable. I'm gonna kill someone. Whoopie whoopie whoop. Okay. Fair enough. Knowing what I know, what am I doing wrong? Just give it to me, bro.
Let's solve LeetCode 1, 2, some the most popular LeetCode.
I can't believe I'm watching this. Fuck, I've watched this before. Is this how it is? I can't believe I'm watching this. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. You know? It is what it is. Let's do some group anagrams. I've did all of this, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna do array and hashing today. Hopefully I can complete it. Let's see how many. I got like 1, 2. Oh, I can just randomly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got like 7 hours. So yeah, you got like 7 hours to complete all of this. And yeah, 7 hours. What is used in LeetCode? I mean, array and hash. Yeah. Graph. So I need to like pick like the most optimal. What the fuck is this? Intervals. Okay, I'm gonna need to do some intervals. Heap, obviously. Tree. Price and trees. Okay, I need to go this way. And graphs. Backtracking and graphs. So that is the path. I'm gonna go this. I need to download Matplot. Fuck's sake, bro. Don't need them. Don't need them. Fuck you. Fucking spyware. I need to download that shit. Fast deployment, MLOps, Fast API, Docker, Hugging Face, Allahu Akbar. Honestly, this shit is so easy. Can I take a break yet? Has it been an hour? 30 minutes. Oh my god. Fuck, I need a break. It's the red light that makes me like sleepy. I need to turn the shit off. Now, whatever. Got me some coffee. day 35 of gooning around. No more gooning around. Just a lot of statistics need to be learned. Fuck, I'm about to spill everything. My water and my coffee. Low-key full stack development, who cares? Low-key, who the fuck cares, right? Reset. Wait, what do you mean?
Let's solve LeetCode 1 2-sum, the most popular LeetCode question. So we're given an input array and some target, in this case 9. And we want to find the two values in this input array that sum to 9. So in this case it's 2 and 7. Now we want to return the indices of these two values. So the index of 2 is 0, the index of 7 is 1. So we return 0 and 1. We're guaranteed that there's exactly one solution, so we don't have to worry about not finding a solution, and we don't have to worry about multiple solutions. Now the most intuitive way to solve this problem is basically just check every combination of two values and see if they can sum up to our target. So we start at 2, we check every combination we can make that includes 2. So we scan through the remainder of the array 1, 5, 3 and check if any of those numbers added to 2 sums to our target 4. In this case, none of them do. So next we can repeat the process. Let's check every combination including 1 that sums up to target 4. So we scan through every element that comes after it, 5 and 3, and we find that 1 added with 3 sums up to our target 4. Notice that we didn't have to check the values that came before 1 because we already checked the combination 2 and 1 when we were up over here. Remember when we checked every combination with 2? So we didn't have to repeat that work down here. We only had to, for each number, for example, 1, the value we're looking for is the difference between the target and this value 1. So we're looking for, remember we need a hash map, right? I'm going to call this previous map because it's basically every element that comes before the current element. Every previous element is going to be stored in this map. We're going to be mapping the value to the index of that value. So now let's iterate through every value in this array. We need the index as well as the actual number. So let's do it like this in Python. Before we add this to our map, let's check if the difference, which is equal to target minus n. Now let's check if this difference is already in the hash map. If it is, then we can return the solution, which is going to be a pair of the indices. So I can get the first index like this, and the second index is just I. Now if we don't find the solution, then we have to update our hash map. So for this value n, I'm going to say the index is I, and then we're going to continue. Since we're guaranteed that a solution exists, we don't have to return anything out here, right? But I'll just put a return for no reason. Now let's see if it works. And it works perfectly. So with this kind of neat trick, with just doing it in one pass, you can reduce the amount of code you have to write and not have to worry about like edge cases and comparison.
Previous map, I don't know what is previous map. I mean, I kind of get it, but it's like I, comma, and enumerate what do I need to return? I need to return difference, comma, loaded this. What? I don't understand this. What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at?
Let's solve leet code 1 2 sum. The most for the difference 4 minus.
Oh, I can like really bang my head against the keyboard and get the solution. Turns out. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, who would have thought? I need to. Yo. I'm a bad bitch in a cup. Do some prev map. What is going on? Let's move on to the next before I explode. Given an array of strings, group all anagrams together into sublist. You may return the output in order. An anagram is a string that contains exact same characters. What? Nigga, what? Fuck what you talking, nigga? Fuck what you talking? Bro, this is like impossible. Impossible. I just have to like find Stole that shit. Okay. Shut up. Shut up. I just have to like contains valid anagram, combine it with group anagram. So we have what was that? Bucket is equal to an empty set. Fuck. Empty set. And I'll call it a bucket. And what am I doing? So I'm going to iterate over. It takes, if I iterate over every single thing, it's going to take forever for me to like actually land on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the first thing, take the second thing, third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and so on. What should I do next? That's the important question. I think I should like iterate over the strings, and if it matches up, if this, I think the first place to start is the character, the string size. If they kind of like match up, kind of a good sign to begin with, and it's gonna take n of logarithm of n time complexity. I'm so fucking smart. Let's just like look the time complexity. No submission yet. Oh, solution. Let's just. Oh, m. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, forgot. So it's iterating twice. So what should I do? Should I enumerate? Probably. Now I need to go. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Life is just for if I and no. If this, with the length, what does it actually do? Like print n? Act. Okay. If length of in, fuck. It's actually raining. It's a beautiful sight. What am I doing wrong? So if the length of the n, no, if n, I need to like segment all of the n. I need to, how do I, no, that's too much work, but let's just like see. That's too fucking bad. Okay. Let me play with this idea of it should be the same size. That's like one thing. An anagram can be different in order. Okay. And I need to check if these letters are contained. That will be like 2 for loops. That's not really good. So let's just like write down the problem. So we're given a string, couple of strings. Nig, gin, and ing, right? And faggot, whatever. We're given a couple of strings like this, and I'm supposed to get all of this shit and do one of these. So this is what I'm doing, right? Fuck, did it turn off? I didn't even realize it. Fucking hell. So what am I doing with that? I'm going, the string length should be equal. That's like number one. Number two is I need to check, how do I check the characters? should be in. We're back. Okay. I want to find. Bro, give me like one response. I don't like this shit. Oh, it just is in. So if n is in I, nah. Strings. What am I doing wrong? It's a pattern that I'm going after. Let's look at this. This is a retard solution. This is not the real solution. So this is actually order fucking hash table using a hash map. This is like the only one. This is the only real thing.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's we perform. It's a good question.
I could like use sorted if so I need to get the sorted this. I need to sort this, sort this, sort. I need to sort all of this and find so let's say I've sorted this, right? It's still act, so I need to go find is in string dot sorted. I need to sort everything though. I'm not using that method, bro. That's like I'm using the ASCII values, I think it's called. Is that what he's doing? ASCII, using like the ASCII value, doesn't he? What is it? Yeah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that shit. So if what am I doing wrong? For I in enumerate sorted list, I think that's like a good place to start. Okay, I'm gonna go sorted list is equal to fuck, Control C, Control V. If for I comma n enumerate sorted list, it's gonna let's just like print out the sorted list. Fuck sake. What will I get? I mean, that's like a good place to start, I think. Obviously, hat. Yeah, it's not really a good place to start with that, but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with this? Okay. Raise type error if your output was type output but the expected return. Okay, return, who cares? Attribute error. String has no attribute to copy. What? Your output, expected output. Brother, who gives a fuck, brother? Who gives a fuck? Output dot slash copy. What is going on? What is an attribute error? I don't have the proper attributes. Let's see. Exception attribute error. Raise when attribute reference, see attribute reference of 5 assignment fails. When an object does not support attribute reference or attribute assignment, a type error is raised. Brother. Name of the attribute that is attempted to be accessed. The object that is accessed to the name attribute. Changed in version 10. Added name and object attribute expected exception. Wow, how does it look? Attribute reference. Where am I? How the fuck am I? Okay, 3-point attribute reference. The primary must evaluate to an object of type that supports attribute reference, which most objects do. This object is asked to produce the attribute whose name is identifier. The type of value produced is determined by the object. Multiple evaluation of the same attribute reference may yield different objects. This production can be customized overriding get attribute method. Okay, get altered method. The get attribute method is first either returns. Okay, whatever. What is raise? What is an attribute method, bro? Yeah, string does not have a, okay, that's a string does not have the attribute called append. Okay, what am I trying to do? Return sorted list. What's wrong with that? String is an object, has no copy. What? What is the issue, mate? Just... oh, it just has like a really big... I could just like do n, can't I? It's the same thing. Type error, your output was class tuple extended. Okay, fuck. I... your output was class int. Okay, but expected is list. Okay, can I nigga see that please, at least? Print. Fuck's sake, mate. You fucking kidding me, mate. You fucking kidding me, eh? Fucking piece of shit, mate. Okay, mate. Okay, what I'm getting is act cat hat. So I need to check if act equals to the sorted n. If n, like if sorted n equals to, that's essentially what it is, right? If sorted n equals to the next, how do I like reference? I don't want to do a for loop for that. That is too much complexity. I need to go even sorting. I think it's like the complexity is like getting fucked up because I'm sorting this. For me to like reference, it doesn't really matter though. That's even the crazy thing. Equals to, I mean I could do that, but it's like it's gonna take forever. Bucket dot append. I think it could work, but append n, and I'm gonna print out for this. Let's see what's going on. No, why do I have to print? I need to print bucket. Fucking Galbrov. Can only not int. Oh yeah. What is going wrong? What is going wrong, nigga? What is going wrong? Shit. What's going wrong? Okay, type error, string index out of range. Why does it say that? I don't get it. Why does it index error? Can I do that? I should, right? Why can't I do that? Why can't I do... Bro, I'm the BJJ black belt over here. You know what I'm saying? Like for I. Fuck. What did I do wrong? I, comma, n in Um, fucking hell, bro. Nums? No, no, no. It shows index error. Oh, it's a single number and all of this. That's why it doesn't work. Okay, cool. Sorted I. That's even like a. Yeah, it's a single number, isn't it? So. I mean, can you. I think you can. Brother, null. You don't know what null is? Should I like. What? Nigga, what? What is going wrong? Okay, let's look it from a fresh eye. I'm not gonna look at the solution because some people say you should like look into the solution first and understand what's going on, but I disagree. Ecological approach, baby. Nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna look at the solution. What was that? Coding Jesus? Bro, no. What with this
Listen,
guy, bro?
dude, I don't know who's not giving you a chance, but they should be. Because you're better than most people that work professionally with C++.
So I guess I've been trying to learn programming for the last 4 years or so, focusing on C++. Been applying for about the last year and a half. I've had very dismal responses, and it's almost just wanting to,
Oh, okay.
catch you at some point, maybe get asked a few questions and see if like, is it a me problem? Like, do I not know as much as I even remotely think I do, or am I
Okay.
just getting unlucky in the market maybe?
Okay, I think that's fair. So tell me a bit about like your background. What did you study? Where you came from in terms of like your professional experience?
So I was actually a mechanic for almost 20 years. I didn't even finish high school. I have a GED. Programming was something I was interested in as a kid, but kind of never really went down that path. When I turned 15,
Listen, dude.
Okay, bro. What is this get cracked IO? That's one way to market it. That's gay, bro. Get cracked? That's crazy. Like, respectfully, bro. Respectfully. It's crazy. Let me just, bro. Don't do this shit, bro. Just This is my incredible use of free will. Hacker. He said something about like hacker thing, something. Connection. Nice guy. Nice fella. Anyone who's willing to give me a job is a nice bloke. I would suck your. I would give one of them. If you were to like pay me some money, I would do one of them for free. Bro, what is your website? Just give me a website, you dumb shit. Get cracked. Python 3. Nothing else. DSA problem. I need to take a piss. Hacker rank. He said something about hacker rank. Let's create account, broski. I ain't got time for this bullshit. Okay. Okay, bro. Fuck's sake. Can I just create an account? You know when you like go to a website and they like bombard you with like bullshit? I love that. I personally think that's like the highest form of advertisement. Just bombard them with bullshit. That'll do the trick. Hacker rank. Okay. That's for coding and hacking models. What is a hacking model? Kaggle. Bro, what on fucking... It's always like at the end. Makes me like really annoying. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You feel me? Oh, fuck, okay. What am I looking at? Kaggle. So many tabs opened. Shit is like a Pornhub. Machine learning and data science community. Okay. my Chinese step fun, my Chinese app. What am I doing wrong again? The fuck is this? Fast API? Okay, yeah, I need to look into this. Ugh, I need to cut some shit out right now. This is the mathematics. I'm gonna go here.
This one video
Feel like
is going to
mathematics.
explain.
Widths. What the fuck is this? What is widths? Okay. Step fun AI. Bro, look at the amount of shit that I'm having. You better be useful.
In
I'm gonna
TM1,
cut
you
you
go
out.
and run that.
Oh fuck! I had like some resources there. History. This one is good. So I'm gonna transfer this one here. Videos. Statistical. Okay,
Okay, so
videos
we've
is gonna
seen
be
a
here,
variety
and
of-
resources is gonna be
of
there.
Different models, from linear models,
This one is gonna be
which
there.
are rather simple and easy to work
so
with
the
and
video here.
interpret, to more complex.
It's gonna be here. Cut that. Cut that. Go here. Pin. I'm gonna find you somewhere to go. I don't need it. Okay, I've doxed enough people. I think it's time to let this shit go. I'll fucking sort it out later. Fast API. Okay, DSA. It's fast API. Too much resource. Fast API. This is the machine learning, technical, all. What the fuck does it do? What am I supposed to do with this? Okay. Not DSA per se, but real world problem solving, data manipulation, feature engineering. Okay. Theory and implementation, logical thinking, and clean code. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. Systematic topic interview bit. DSA topics most useful. So I need to go hacker rank. Bro, the fuck is that? It's all a ChatGPT wrapper anyway. I think. I don't think I can show it. Let's wait. Hacker rank. Where is hacker rank? Graduation is gay. Software engineer, backend developer, try for free. Medium, front end developer. What am I supposed to do? Hacker rank. What is a hacking model, by the way? Jeff Cavalier. Hey, what's up, guys? Jeff Cavalier over here. And joking off might actually be killing your gains. I want to get. Let's put some. Bro, low key. Gordon Ryan's downfall. You know? In bold letters. Yeah, we don't need like editors anyway. Okay, that's group anagram. I'm gonna do that again with fresh eyes. I'm gonna community library. Brother, I'm such a dork. End-to-end speech modeling technology.
Hello，大家好，我们是金悦星辰的算法工程师，很高兴今天金悦 AI 发布了新的语言模型，我们来跟大家一起体验一下吧。
你叫什么名字呀？
我叫小月，你呢？
你好，小月，你可以跟大家介绍一下自己吗？
嗨，
小月，我现在用四川话跟你说话，你用英语回复我。今天
Brother, what are we doing, brother?
我想去菜市场买点海椒，有没啥推荐？
No, fuck you.
If you're a software
Okay.
developer,
Reinforced learning is terrible. Shut up. Aiden Ross. Fucking faggot. yeah, let's just. This one. Fuck's sake, fuck's sake, fuck's sake. Let's go, let's go. English. Loudon Jordan Ginger Jingdom Pong. Where is the okay, let's just look at the solution. I'm pretty sure there's like a way to like learn.
When I was preparing for coding interviews back in 2018, I would go through algorithm problems in a random order and just try to solve as many problems as I could. A lot of the time I would get to a problem and have no idea how to solve it. Even after looking at the solution, I could not understand it. Hundreds of problems later, I realized my mistake. If you're trying to solve a backtracking problem, for example, it's gonna be really difficult unless you already have a really good understanding of trees. This is obvious in hindsight, but a lot of people make this mistake, and that's exactly why I created this roadmap so you don't make the same mistake I did. It's like a video game. You shouldn't go to the next level until you're ready. It shows you the best order to learn topics with several practice problems for each. Every problem has a detailed video solution and code solution in several languages, including Python, Java, JavaScript, C++, and more. I really think this is going to help you out because since 2022, it's already been used by over 1 million people. You can check it out for free on neetcode.io. When I was preparing for coding interviews back in 2018,
What are
first ways of doing data structures and algorithm is by reading books like this from front to back and assuming that you can hold your enthusiasm while completing this 500 pages long book. I'm going to tell you 5 different ways which can really help you learning DSA faster. The common mistake people make while doing DSA is they think DSA is a test of intelligence. DSA is not about intelligence. It is about pattern and practice. Think of solving DSA
Bro,
like
why
solving Rubik's Cube. If you give me Rubik's Cube, I would probably take a day or two to solve it. Maybe I would never be able to do it. But did you know the fastest world record of doing or solving a Rubik's Cube is 3.1 seconds? How can someone solve this in such a period of time?
That's a Chinese kid, dude.
Doing questions by pattern first will help you figure out solution faster, because if you can guess the pattern, you can come up with solution faster. In an interview, you won't have all day to come up with the solution. You may have like 30 to 40 minutes, and if you can't do that in a normal setting, how will you do that in an interview? So, second suggestion is around timing. If you can't do that in 30 minutes, just look for the solution and try to understand how they come up with that. And try to do at least one question every day. If you can't do that in 30 minutes, just look for the solution and try to understand how they come up with that. And try to do at least one question every day. 30 minutes to do the question if you can't solve it, and 30 minutes to understand the solution. And even if you are able to solve it, you should see the other solution as well, just for your understanding. Now, some prefer to do DSA in Java, some prefer to do in Python or any other language. Will that matter? 99% of the time, it doesn't. Doesn't matter which language you choose to do DSA. Pick language you are most comfortable with. DSA is language agnostic. And companies usually don't have strict criteria, and you will not get more marks or more points if you choose to do in Java. They don't care about anything, all they care about is solution. If you don't know, I'm sending one front-end coding challenge every week. So please, if you have like 6 months or 1 year, if you have time, you can go to MIT's open course regarding DSA. It is very comprehensive, so I would recommend if you just have 1 or 2 months to do DSA. But if you have like 6 months or 1 year, I would highly recommend to do that course before you try to do anything. And the last point is around feedbacks. If you want to retain information more effectively, I would recommend using some sort of techniques, even flashcards, where you make questions and you can write down which technique to use to solve that question. This way you can cover like 50 to 100 questions each day. You don't have to solve those questions, you just have to guess.
Yeah, it's fucking pointless. I think strictly following the neat code pattern is gonna take me far away, low-key. Because think about it, right? If I'm like, it's the same pattern repeated over and over and over and over again. So yeah, I'm gonna try this one now. I'm gonna try everything, fail at it, look at every solution again, try again, fail again, look at every solution again. Again, that's the only way to do it, I think. So what do we have here? Given an integer array nums, okay, we have nums, when integer array, integer k, and then integer k return the most frequent. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the most k frequent elements within the array. The test case are generated such as it's always unique. So what does it even mean? So an integer k, return the k most frequent element within. So the what? What is this question again? Explain the question, please.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna stick to array and hashing for now, and nothing else.
some more neat code today. So today let's solve top k frequent elements. I really like this problem because it's pretty clever, and once you figure it out, the code is really easy to write. So we're given an input array nums and an integer k, and we want to return the k most frequent elements that appear in the array nums. We can return the answer in any order. So for example, we have this input array, 3 1s, 2 2s, and a single 3, and we want to return the 2 most frequent elements, right? So we know.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, the 2 most frequent elements would be 2 and 3. The 1 most frequent, so let's do some edge cases. So the 1 most frequent would be 6 here. So I need to So I need to frequent, right? Because let's do a hash map of frequent equals to maybe not. I just have to like the most freak, right? And let's go with for I and no for I okay in enumerate print what happened? What happened? 1 2 2. So how do I know if it's sorted or not? So let's again, I need to test case. I'll put a phi in here just in case. This is a so this is what I'm getting right now. Let's do test case 3 because that's like the most edge case in here. If I run this, so this is the problem that I'm having. So I think I need to enumerate all of this. And come up with the end. I think fuck if n and nums what am I doing? So the way I'm thinking is, so we have this thing over here, lot of stuff going on. Three. So I should find if it's in. If it is, that's like the first thing though. These bitches are dumb. Append nums dot append. I need to append n. No, not a nums. Frequent. No, I'm using like that's like another metric, another layer. So let me think. So frequent elements, two frequent elements, that will be 2 and 3, right? Those are the two frequent elements. How do I figure that out? By frequent elements. How do I figure that out? I think it's something to do with enumerate. I have to use the indexes to. Okay, I think I should like sort it first. Sorted list, sorted nums. Then what do I need to do with it? I think the best way to move forward is after I sort the list. After I sort the list, I think I need to not be a pussy. That's one. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, sorted. We have sorted nums, right? If the length, I think I should use the length function. Use length to get the length, compare the lengths of each other, right? And yeah, I need to compare the length of each other. I think if the length of sorted nums dot whatever. What am I looking at? What am I doing wrong? So I think I need to like go. Let me like find the brute force for I and for J in sorted nums. I don't want to do that. Start it. If n is if k, fuck, whatever, if k equals top 10, I mean top 2, top k frequent elements. So all the frequent elements, the indexes will be stored here. I could even go index, frequent index. Not even index though. It's not index. So if n is equal to this I, what am I looking at? Can do this. The pressure is too much. The constraints are, it's gonna be like a really big number. Hint 1. A naive solution would be to count the frequency of each number, sort the array based on each element. After that, we would select the top k. Though this solution acceptable, can you think of a better way? Yeah. Can you think of an algorithm which involves grouping numbers based on their frequency? How do I need to group them based on frequency and like split out their length, and whichever length, the top 2 length, let's say that is equal to k. Okay. How do I group them? I think I need to sort the sorted. If I sort them, what would their print n? Let's see. Let's see what comes up. Okay, yeah, getting somewhere. So if it's sorted, so length of n, how do I group them? So I need to check if sorted nums index I, that will be the first element, equal to the next. Okay, that's gonna take forever. So I need to spit out that number. Okay, if they're like both equal. No. when they're not equal, right, it should I should find the length, return length of splice. I need to find the length of slice of sorted nums going from initial, how do I comma I plus 1? No. The initial will be like 0. No, the initial will be I. How do I represent initial? So if you're starting from 0, it will be splice, let's say like first two numbers, right? Say it's 5, 5, 5. So 0, 1, 2. How do I can represent this with I. That's like the first iteration. It goes to the second iteration. How much? So let's say it goes like 3 iterations, right? So the I is going to be 3. For now, it's like this, right? That will be the proper syntax would be fuck. So the length of sorted. Okay, I know what to do. Initial is equal to I minus, so that will be like 3, so it's 3 times. Initial is equal to I. So I don't want this number to change. I want every other number to change. So it will be initial will be 0, right? I think it should be like here somewhere. Let's give it a try. Rather just return true, whatever. Return an empty list. Return freak. use the bucket sort algorithm to... Oh, bucket sort. Bro, how am I supposed to like come up with that myself? That's impossible. This is the answer that I come up with. It's obviously not right. Should I...
frequent elements, right? So we know that the most frequent is, of course, 1. It appears 3 times, so we add a 1 to the output. The second most frequent is 2, so then we add a 2 to the output, and that's all we want. Now, if k was 3, of course, we'd add the last element. K is never going to be greater than the distinct number of elements in the input array, so that's good.
When I find out this answer, it's going to be like, oh,
for
obviously.
us. And our input array is
Obviously,
going to be
I thought of that.
empty. So, for example, for each value, right, we're going to count how many occurrences it has. So, for example, 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, and 3 occurs once. And then we can take this, basically this list of pairs, right? Then we can sort it in ascending order, right? So basically it's already sorted in ascending order, right? Because the most frequent is here. The second
I should just use ascend. Bucket sort.
It's like, which algorithm would be best to solve this?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Don't fuck with me, nigga. Don't fuck. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck with me. That's what I'm saying, nigga.
Is here. The second most frequent is here. The third most frequent is here, right? Now, of course, sorting it in the worst case, right? Basically, if every single value in here was distinct and we wanted the top k distinct values, we'd get a time complexity of n log n, right? But we don't necessarily need to sort the entire thing because we only want the top k frequent elements. So in another solution, we could actually use a max heap. So we would still do this whole operation where we count the number of occurrences of each value, and then we'd add each pair to our max heap. And the key of this max heap would, of course, be the number of occurrences, right? So the count, right? And then we'd pop from our heap exactly k times. So why is this more efficient? Well, we know popping from the heap. Well, first of all, when we initialize our heap, we're going to add this entire set, and there's a function called heapify, I think, that can do that in actually linear time.
Is heap used in machine learning? I think it is, yeah. Fuck, don't do that. Oh shit, so top k, what is this thing that I'm doing? It's top frequent elements. So yeah, directly like correlates with the thing that I'm about to do.
Linear time, so big O of n times, so that's the good thing. And of course we know we're only going to be popping from the heap k times. Each pop is going to take log n, and we're going to be doing that k times, right? So that's going to be k times log n, right? So that's a little bit better than n log n, at least as long as k is less than n, right? But it turns out that there's actually an even better solution. There's actually a solution that can be done in O of n time, linear time. So big O of n time and big O of n memory. But we are still going to be using this exact technique where for each value, like 1, we count the number of occurrences, like 3. So this problem can actually be solved in linear time if you use the algorithm called bucket sort. So when you first think of bucket sort, this is probably what you're going to think of. The way bucket sort is usually taught is that for each value, for example, 1, we're going to take an input array, right? This is our input array. This row is the indices, the index of the array, and this is actually going to be the value. So for example, for 1, we're going to go to the index 1, and in the value we're going to put, okay, 1 occurs exactly once. Now we're going to see a second one, we're going to say 1 occurs twice, right? Basically, we're going to go through the input array, count how many times each value occurs, and then in our input array, put that count for that index, right? Map the value to the index and then put the count of that value. So 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, 100 in this case occurs once. Now this algorithm would be linear time if our input values, right, were bounded. For example, if we knew for a fact that every value was between 1 and 10, then we would know that the size of our input array is also going to be 10, right? But in this case, the values are unbounded, right? Like this could have been 1,000,000, and then the size of our input array would have been 1,000,000, even though the total input array size is only 6, right? We have 6 elements, but then that array where we actually store the bucket sort values is going to be unbounded, right? And also, we want the top k elements. This still isn't very clear of where exactly the top k elements are actually going to be. So in this case, this type of bucket sort doesn't work, but there's another way we can do it. So in this case, you can see for our array where we're going to be doing the bucket sort, the index I was using each value in the input array. For example, 1 was being mapped to index 1, right? And there we were storing the count. There's actually another tricky way that you can do it that will lead us to a linear time solution. So if we're pretty clever, this is what we're going to do. For the index, we're actually going to be mapping the counts of each value, and in the values, we're actually going to have a list of which values have exactly this particular count. For example, 100, right? We know that 100 occurs 1 time. So what we're going to do is for this position 1, we're going to say, okay, this value occurs only once. 100 occurs 1 single time. Which value, for another value in our input array 2, we see it occurs exactly twice, right? We can count that with a hash map pretty easily, and then we'll say, okay, this value occurs twice, so in the position 2, index position 2 of our array, we're going to add that value 2. 2 is the value that occurs twice. We see a last distinct value in our input array 1, we count it occurs exactly 3 times. So in this position, index 3, we're going to say, okay, there's a single value, a 1, that occurs 3 times. Now it's possible maybe we had a third 3, right? Maybe 2 occurs 3 times. In that case, we would actually have multiple values in this position, right? But in this case, we can see 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, 100 occurs once. So they're all going to go in separate positions. And then, once we've taken every single input value and counted how many times each value occurs, and then put it in the appropriate spot in this array, what are we going to do? Well, we want the top k values, right? The top k values that occur most frequently, right? So what are we going to do? We're going to start at this end of the array. We want all the values that occur 6 times. Why are we stopping at 6 though? Why don't I extend this array farther, right? 7, 8, 100, right? Why do the indices stop at 6? Notice something about our input array. Our input array is size 6, right? So that means if every single value in the input array was the exact same, the most number of times a value could occur would be exactly 6 times. So the cool thing about this new array that we're creating is it's bounded by 6, or well, technically 6 plus 1 because we do have a 0, but that's not actually necessary. But it's proportionate to the size of the input array, right? So when we're scanning from right to left, or however we do it, we're only going to be doing that. We can scan through the entire thing in linear time. Now in this case, we see 6. There's no values that occur 6 times, so we can't find our top k element in that position. We'll try the same thing with 5. 5, no values occur 5 times. 4, no values occur 4 times. 3, a single value. We're going to go through every value in this array. There's only a single value in this case, but we do see a 1 occur. So to our result, we want the top k values, the top k occurring values. We are going to add a 1 to that. 1 occurs most frequently in the input array. So we add 1 to our result. We need 1 more because I think we were looking for the top 2 values. K in this case is going to be 2. So now we're going to go here. Which values occur twice? A single value, and that value is 2. So we're going to add that to our output array. So now we've gotten the top 2 values, and then we can return this array. Now, why is this linear time again? Because remember, the max size that this array could possibly be is going to be about equal to the size of the input array, right? Because we could have a value, for example, 1 could occur 6 times. In that case, we'd have 1 over here. Now, what if every single value in the input array was distinct, right? That's another extreme. What if we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? In that case, this position would be empty because no values occur 6 times, no values occur 5 times, 4 times, 3 times, or 2 times. Every one of these 6 values would go in this position at index 1. Reason being, each one of these occurs exactly once. So in that case, we'll have all 6 values concentrated over here, and that's still going to be linear time because, yes, we are going to be iterating through this entire input array, which is going to be big O of n, and then we're going to add another big O of n to that, right? Big O of n plus big O of n, because we're going to have to iterate through 6 values in exactly 1 position. So that's still technically linear time. Now we are creating this array to help us, and we're also going to be needing a hash map to count the occurrences of each value in the input array, so the memory complexity is also going to be big O of n. With that being said, let's jump into the linear time code. It's pretty easy once you can identify this trick. So we are going to use a hash map to count the occurrences of each value. We're also the array of and nums, and just count how many times it occurs. So for count of this particular value that we count dictionary is what's going to be the index. So at index array frequency, the last in for every, let's say, or it could have some our input array. So once that happens, if the length of result is matching
Yeah, I think it's possible. Really possible. So yeah, the solution is okay. I'll come back to a little bit later. Encode and decode strings. Neat code, love you. Neat code, love you. We say tick yes. We say tick yes. What the fuck? Design an algorithm to encode list of string to single string. What? That encode string is then decoded back to original string. Please encode and decode. What am I supposed to do?
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve the problem encode and decode strings. So you can tell the interface is a little bit different this time, and that's because we are going to be solving this problem on lint code, because this is a premium leet code problem and we can solve it for free on the website lint code. And also, this is a problem from the Blind 75 list, a list of 75 common leet code questions that we've been tracking on this spreadsheet. The link to this will be in the description if you want to take a look. And we're pretty much done with the main problems. I'm going to be solving another one today, a premium one in code and decode strings. This is a pretty decent problem to understand, so let's get into it. So it's a bit of a design algorithm because we're going to have two different functions that we want to implement. So we're given a list of strings, and we want to write two functions. We want to encode this list of strings into a single string, and you can kind of see that down here. We're given an input list of strings, lint code love you, and we want it to be a single string such as this one in the bottom right. And then the decode is just going to be the opposite of encode. We're going to be given a single string, and we want to be able to convert this string back into that original list of strings that we were given. And it's up to us on how we want to design this algorithm. But the tricky part is going to be that the basic assumption is that in our input we could have any possible character in the inputs, not just limited to lowercase a to z. So the difficult thing is going to be, how do we create some kind of delimiter between each word? How do we know when one word ends and another word begins? That's kind of what we're going to be focusing on. So let's get into that solution. So suppose we were given two strings like this, neat and code, and we want to convert it into another string, basically into a single string, right? So a naive way would be something like this, right? Just say, okay, neat code. Now the problem is, okay, we did that, the encode was fine, but now we want to decode this back into the two original strings that we had, but there's no way for us to determine, right? Because we can't remember where one word ends and another word begins, right? So we need to have some kind of character or something to separate words. What if we used a pound sign or something, right? Something like this, or any character, maybe a question mark or something, right? This is like our special character. That's what's going to separate words for us. So in this case, it works out, right? We'll go character by character in the input. Once we get to a pound sign, okay, we'll say that this word ends. So we'll say, okay, we have the first word neat, and this is not included in any of the words, so we skip it, and then we get to the remaining portion, code, and there aren't any more pound signs, so that works out in this case, right? But basically, our assumption when we're using this pound sign is that the pound is never going to actually show up in any words. What happens if we have a word, suppose in our word code, in the middle of the word, we have a pound sign, right? There's no reason why we can't have something like this. So in like different words, neat wanted to do words. Already knew how many characters would go in the first word, how many characters would go in the second word, etc., etc. So then we could just say, okay, let's take the first four characters, encode it back into the first word, then take the next 5 characters and code it into the second word. So how could we, do something like that? Well, one way would basically be by maintaining some kind of array, right? When we're given this inputs list of strings and we want to encode it to a single string, we can, for every single word, basically have an integer, right? The first word is 4 characters, the next word is 5 characters, etc. But then where are we going to store this list? Because this is a valid solution if we're storing this list somewhere, but basically in the description, they don't want us to store any kind of state variable. This encode and decode needs to be stateless. So when we have this list 4, 5, we cannot store it in a separate data structure. Is it possible for us to store it in the string itself? How about when we're encoding this, we want to know, okay, starting at the beginning here, how many of these characters are going to be in the first word? Well, why not just put that number at the beginning, right? 4 at the beginning of this encoded string. That works because then we can look at the beginning, transform it into an integer. But one thing is, what if the word itself had some integers in it? Well, now we need another delimiter, right? We're going to have our integer always at the beginning. There's always going to be an integer at the beginning. The string is always going to start with an integer. That integer is going to represent what the length of the following word is going to be, but we're going to have a delimiter in between the integer and between the word itself. So basically, we're going to read each character until we reach the delimiter. And once we reach the delimiter, we're going to take all the characters that we just read, which are going to be transformed into an integer. So this 4 is going to be mapped to 4. And then we're going to count the next 4 characters after the delimiter, which in this case is going to be pound. And that works because we're only going to read one delimiter. We're going to expect a single pound sign no matter what, right? So even if the first character here was a pound, it still works because we're going to read an integer 4, read a single pound sign, and then say, okay, take the next 4 characters, even if they include pound, even if they included some integer like 8 or 6 or something, right? If they include integer, pound, it doesn't matter because this tells us how many characters are going to be in the first word. And then once we read those 4 characters, what are we going to expect to be next? Well, we're going to expect some word, but we want to know how long that word is going to be. So we're going to do exactly what we just did over here, having an integer followed by a pound sign, and we're going to put that same thing over here. So in this case, we're going to have a 5 and a pound sign because the next word is going to be if the string.
Okay, is that how you guys do it? Encoding and decoding.
Is going to be. So I hope this makes sense.
What's the next one? I'm gonna fuck only you a product. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck, nigga? That's the shit I don't like. A snitch, nigga. That's the shit I don't like. Skinny doesn't matter. I'm talking to myself. I look so schizophrenic when I do that. I look so schizophrenic when I do that. Okay, let's. I'm gonna. Is it time to eat? Oh shit! It's well over time to eat. I'm gonna eat some food while I watch some videos on DSA. I'm doxing everyone. Fuck. Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't be doing that. Because some of these guys have private Instagrams. And I shouldn't be showing it. No, this one. I don't know how to do that. I could keep this thing on. You guys can have like a mukbang while I eat.
Peace, bro.
Shut up, you little fool. Shut up, you little fool. Fucking dykes, man. I don't like these dykes.
Fuck off. Go on. Face. Fuck off. Oh my god. And the balls. Fuck off. Go on. Face. Fuck off. Oh my god. And the balls.
Yeah, female fighters are like gay.
Excellent. You just need.
Like, who cares? Who cares? No one cares. Like, no one actually cares, right? Like, no one's
Go
actually like,
outside. Take your beating from.
no one's actually like, oh shit, a female fighter. So they're all lesbians anyway. That's even the worst part.
Fuck off. Go on. Face. Fuck off. Oh my god. And the balls. Fuck off. Go on.
That's even the like, man. If you're like a lesbian and you're hot, fuck you. Fucking piece of shit. Switching teams like that. Fuck you. You shouldn't be a lesbian if you're hot. Feel like one of them ugly ones. Cool. Do what you want, but yeah. The hot ones really hurt me. Fuck. So much. got some curry and rice. Let's just look into some PyTorch. Bro, if you don't know what CSV is, pack it up. Pack it up, please. SWE, man. Pack this shit up. Okay.
Dude, I don't know who's not giving you a chance, but they should be. Because you're better than most people that work professionally with C++.
So I guess I've been trying to learn programming for the last 4 years or so, focusing on C++. Been applying for about the last year and a half. I've had very dismal responses, and was almost just wanting to, catch.
Yeah, I think ageism is like a real thing. People don't realize it. Bro, pirate. That guy is so funny. Okay, let's look at some DSA bucket sort. What is the Markov's model? What is that? Fucking hot. Is Markov's Hello, can you hear me? So retarded. Hello. Bello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. I don't wanna type. This shit sucks. Hello. I'm him. Cool. Markov's chain.
Hello, people of the future. Welcome to Normalized Nerd. Today, I'm going to talk about Markov chains. This is a concept that is used in many places, from statistics to biology, from economics to physics, and of course in machine learning. I guess some of you have heard of Markov chains before, but don't have a clear idea about it. I hope by the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of Markov chains, and you will know why they are so interesting. If you are new here, then please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. I make videos about machine learning and data science regularly.
Okay, let's just hear out what this nerd had to say.
So, let's get started. Well, as you know me, I like to start with an example. Assume there's a restaurant that serves only 3 types of foods: hamburger, pizza, and hot dog. But they follow a weird rule. On any given day, they serve only one of these 3 items. and it depends on what they have served yesterday. In other words, there's a way to predict what they will serve tomorrow if you know what they are serving today. For example, there's a 60% chance that tomorrow will be a pizza day, given that today is a hamburger day. I'm going to represent it in the diagram as weighted arrows. The arrow originates from the current state and points to the future state. I'm using the term state because that's the convention. Let's see another one. There's a 20% chance that tomorrow again they will serve hamburgers, and that is represented as a self-pointing arrow. Well, each arrow is called a transition from one state to the other. Now I'm going to show you all the possible transitions. The diagram you are seeing right now is actually a Markov chain. Yes, the concept is that simple. Now let's discuss some properties of the Markov chain. The most important property of the Markov chain is that the future state depends only on the current state, not the steps before. Mathematically, we can say the probability that n plus 1th step will be x depends only on the nth step, not the complete sequence of steps that came before n. At first glance, this might not seem so impressive, but on a closer look we can see that this property makes our life a lot easier while we tackle some complicated real-world problems. Let's understand it a little better. Suppose the restaurant served pizza on the first day, hamburger on the second, and again pizza on the third day. Now, what is the probability that they will serve hot dogs on the fourth day? Well, we just need to look at the third day, and it turns out to be 0.7. This is the heart of Markov chain, and it's known as the Markov property. The second important property is that the sum of the weights of the outgoing arrows from any state is equal to 1. This has to be true because they represent probabilities, and for probabilities to make sense, they must add up to 1. Here I should probably tell you that there are certain Markov chains with special properties, but they deserve individual videos on their own. So here I'm just gonna stick to the basic kind of Markov chains. Now that you know what a Markov chain actually is, let's explore our Markov chain by doing a random walk along the chain. Initially, we are on a hamburger day. Let's see what they serve for 10 consecutive days. So, after 10 steps, we have a situation like this. Now we want to find what is the probability corresponding to each of the food items, aka the probability distribution of the states. Well, it's pretty simple. Just divide the number of occurrences of an item by the total number of days. For hamburger, it's 4 upon 10. For pizza, it's 2 upon 10. And it's 4 upon 10 for hot dogs. It's obvious that if we change the number of steps, then these probabilities will vary. But we are interested in what happens in the long run. Do these probabilities converge to fixed values, or they continue to change forever? I wrote a Python script to simulate the random walk for 100,000 steps. I found that the probabilities converge to these values. And this probability distribution has a special name, which is the stationary distribution, or the equilibrium state. This simply means that this probability distribution doesn't change with time for this Markov chain. Okay, so we have managed to find the stationary state. But this method doesn't seem to be very efficient, is it? Moreover, we don't know if there exists any other stationary states. Well, a better way to approach this problem is linear algebra. Let me show you.
Ooh.
First of all, let us think about how we can represent this Markov chain more efficiently. Well,
it should be, let me take a guess. It should be a 3-dimensional subspace. That's one. Should be like 3 different vectors going in a positive direction, obviously, and the probability should be on the positive direction, and the steps that you take from each point should be like this one, similar to whatever here. Yeah.
this is essentially a directed graph, so we can represent it by an adjacency matrix. If you don't know what it is, then please don't worry, it's very simple. The elements in the matrix just denote the weight of the edge connecting the two corresponding vertices. For example, the element in the second row and first column denotes the weight or the transition probability from pizza to hamburger.
Basically like a chi
If an
square,
element is zero, then
p
it
square.
just means that there's no
Whatever.
edge between the two vertices. This matrix is also called transition matrix. Let's denote it by A. Remember that our goal is to find the probabilities of each state. Conventionally, we take a row vector called pi whose elements represent the probabilities of the states. Basically, pi denotes the probability distribution of the states. Suppose in the beginning we are on a pizza day. So the second element, which corresponds to the pizza, becomes 1 and other two remain 0. Now see what happens when we multiply this row vector with our transition matrix. We get the second row of the matrix. In other words, we get the future probabilities corresponding to the pizza state. Then we take this result and put it in the place of pi 0. We will do this once again. Now, if there exists place of pi 0. We will do this once again. Now, if there exists a stationary state, then after a certain point, the output row vector should be exactly same as the input vector. Let's denote this special row vector as pi. So we should be able to write pi a equals pi. If you have ever taken a course of linear algebra, then you should find this equation somewhat similar to a very famous equation.
Yes,
I'm talking about the eigenvector equation.
Oh, eigenvector, yeah.
Consider lambda equal to 1 and just reverse the order of multiplication. And you have got our equilibrium state equation. How to interpret this, you might ask?
Lambda's equilibrium is 1. I mean, sorry, eigenvector is 1.
That pi is a left eigenvector of matrix A with eigenvalue equal to 1. Please pause the video if you need a moment to convince yourself. Now the eigenvector must satisfy another condition. The elements of pi must add up to 1 because it denotes a probability distribution. So after solving these two equations, we get the stationary state as this. It tells us that the restaurant will serve hamburger about 35% of the days, pizza about 21%, and hot dog about 46%. Using this technique, we can actually see if there are more than one stationary states. Can you guess how? We just need to see if there exists more than one eigenvectors with eigenvalue equal to 1. Isn't it super elegant? Now let's compare this result with the previous one that we got from our simulation. Look how close they are. They kind of validate each other. By now, you should have a very good understanding of Markov chains, and you should be able to identify Markov chains successfully. Obviously, there is much more to learn about different kinds of Markov chains. And their properties that cannot be covered in a single video. If you want me to make more videos on this topic, then please let me know in the comment section.
I don't know. I remember everything. I loved it. I would fuck you up, nigga.
If you like this video, do share it, and please subscribe to my channel. Stay safe, and thanks for watching. Hello people from the future, welcome to Normalized Nerd. In my last video, I explained the fundamentals of Markov chains, and since then many of you have asked me to make more videos on Markov chains. So here I am with another one. Today I will explain some very important properties of Markov chains. By the way, if you are new here, then please subscribe my channel and hit the bell icon. I make videos about machine learning and data science regularly. So let's get started. Well, if you are absolutely new to the concept of Markov chains, then I highly recommend you to watch my previous video first and then continue with this one. The link will be available in the description and will appear in the cards right now. So I hope you have the basic knowledge. First, I'm gonna take a very simple Markov chain. For the sake of simplicity, I haven't written the transition probabilities on the transition arrows. Just remember, if there's an arrow from state A to state B, then it means that there's a non-zero transition probability from state A to state B.
What the fuck does that mean?
And obviously, the sum of the outgoing probabilities from any given state is 1. Now, focus on the state 0. We are gonna perform a random walk starting from state 0, and we will try to find if something interesting is going on. For the first couple of times, we are looping in state 0 itself. But as soon as we leave state 0 and go to state 1, then state 2, and etc., now there's absolutely no way to go back to state 0. It might happen, that in some random walks we never leave state 0, but it might also happen that we leave state 0 and we never come back again. So the probability...
Wanna get some coffee? Every time I eat something hot, I just sweat a lot in the back of my neck. It's literally raining out there too. Like, it's cold everywhere. But when I eat something hot, it's just like...
of revisiting state 0 in a random walk that started from state 0 is less than 1. We don't know for certain whether we are gonna come back. This type of state for which the probability of coming back to itself is less than 1 is called a transient state. Now let's focus on state 1. Here's a random walk starting from this state. We can clearly see that after some time we are bound to revisit state 1. So in this case, the probability of coming back to state 1 is 1. This type of state is called a recurrent state. The same is true for state 2 also. Look at this random walk starting from state 0 and convince yourself. So both 1 and 2 are recurrent states. Okay, now let's try to understand why state 0 is not recurrent. Well, this is because there's no way to go from state 1 or state 2 to state 0. In this type of situation, where some states are unreachable from others, we say the Markov chain is reducible. Now I'm going to add a single edge connecting state 2 and state 0. This time, we can easily see that every state is reachable from every other. Consequently, state 0 has become recurrent. This type of chain, where we can go from any state to any other, is called an irreducible chain. Now let's go back to our original Markov chain. You might wonder why they named it reducible. Well, it's probably because we can divide or reduce this chain into smaller chains which are irreducible. Let's delete the transition from state 0 to state 1. We can imagine two Markov chains here. The upper one contains only one state and it's recurrent, and hence irreducible. The bottom one contains two states, and every state is reachable from every other state, hence it's also irreducible. Okay, now I'm gonna take a slightly bigger Markov chain. Some of you might be familiar with this. It's famously known as the gambler's ruin. But let's not get overwhelmed by the name. Just consider this as a regular Markov chain. What we want to find here is which states can communicate with each other. And by communication, I mean both-way communication. Let's focus on
It's transient, recurrent, transient. This happens like one time. Yeah.
0. If we start from state 0, we can't go to any other state. The same is true for state 3. But for state 1, we can go to state 2 and then again to state 1. But if we go to state 0 from state 1, then there's no way back. A similar situation happens for state 2 also. So we can notice state 1 and state 2 can communicate between them forever. On the other hand, state 0 and state 3 are self-contained. On the basis of this communication, we divide the states into classes. Here we can have 3 classes. The first one contains state 0, second contains
the future depends only on the present or the past. It's the sequence of visible state, no hidden layers. The sequence, basic sequence modeling, random process. What am I looking at? Okay. Encode would be to open up, right? Encode is like to open up. Encode. Encode is to, yeah. This bitch, man. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you up. Fucking bitch, man. It is what it is. Okay, I need to. Oh. to encode. Let's keep it an empty thing for I and so I just want. Is that how encoding is done? Okay, for I in list strings, I would need to append. No. I need to append that plus I shouldn't even append it though, should I? Length of strings plus hash plus the actual thing, right? So if I go to like print I, now print and code. Okay, what is going on? I literally have this shit on. Go on. Go on, mate. Okay, sweet. We got this. And now print this shit out. So this is the output that we got. And this is in encode, right? The message is encoded. So when we try to decode it, we just have to take the end. Oh, global. How do I? Still works, done it. Okay. Wait, what? So I need to take, so let's run this. Okay, what am I doing wrong? How do I make a variable global variable? I wanna fuck people up. Fuck. Okay, let's move on to the next one before I explode. Product of array except self. Given an integer array nums, return an output where output I is a product of all elements nums except nums. What the fuck? Each product is guaranteed to fit a 32-bit integer. Follow up: could you solve O of n time without using a division operator? What should I do? It's basically like bunch of matrices, isn't it? I'm gonna punch a woman. Bah, bah. Take Take that, liberal. Valid Sudoku. Ooh, longest consecutive sequence. Each product is guaranteed to fit a 32-bit integer. So what am I supposed? What am I doing? Oh, I'm supposed to like find a bit. Given an integer nums, return an array output where output of I is the product of all elements nums except what the fuck. So this is a product of this 2 times divided by this, divided by this, divided by this. So if I'm so 1 would be I don't get the question.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve product of array except itself. So this is another problem from the blind 75 list. As you can see, it's over here, product of array except self. So I'm going to be adding that video solution today. And we're getting one step closer to having every problem in this entire list filled out. So for this problem, we're given an input array of integers nums, and we want to return an output array for every single number that we're given, where for each value in the input array nums, we're basically multiplying every single number except that value and then returning that as the result. For example, in this example, you can see we're given 1, 2, 3, 4. So for example, for this value 1, we would want to return the multiplication, the product of every other value. So for these 3 values, the product would be 2 times 3 times 4.
It's gonna take forever though.
That's gonna be 24. So for the first value in the output, we're gonna put 24.
So moving. Okay. Why is it 0 though?
Similarly, for the second value, we want to multiply.
Jig 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 and jig jig jig. This one will be jig jig jig. Okay, fine.
Multiply every value in nums except for this value. So that's going to be 1 times 3 times 4. That's going to be 12. So the second value in the output array is going to be 12. Now the hard part about this problem is basically the restrictions that they give us. So we have to solve this problem in big O of n time, and we have to do it without using the division operator. It would be really easy if we could use the division operator, because what we could basically do is take the product of all of these values, and we know that would basically be 24. So if we wanted the first value, so if we wanted 24, we would take this total product and divide it by 1, right? That would give us 24. If we wanted what the second value would be, we would take the entire product, 24, which would be all of this, and then divide it by 2, which would give us 12, which would be over here, right? Because the division is basically taking the entire product of the entire thing without multiplying by this. Dividing this would do exactly that. But we are not allowed to use the division operator. So if we wanted the product of every value in here except the 3, one way we can break it down is basically get the product of every value before 3 in the input array, and get the product of every value after 3 in the array, and then multiply these two values together, and then that's going to give us the value that we would want to put in this position in our result. So it would be helpful for us if we want to do that for every single value in the input array, if we basically just compute the prefix product for every single position in the input array, right? And then put it in a prefix array. And since we're also going to be wanting the product of values after, it would also be helpful if we computed the postfix product of every single position in the entire input array, right? And we can compute both of these in big O of n time. It's a pretty simple algorithm, right? We'd basically start
And we
at
need
the
to
first
add it
position. Okay, this is
to
going to
n.
be 1. So if we're adding this value, we're just going to take the previous value and multiply it by 2. So we're going to do the exact same thing and do it in reverse order. So here we would get 4. Here we would get 3 times 4. Here we would get 2 times 12. And then here we just get 1 times 24, which is just going to still be 24. Now for every single values, for example 1, we would want the prefix of every value before it. Now since there are no values before it, we can just say, okay, the prefix for that is just going to be a default value of 1 to keep it neutral. And so we'd also want the postfix of every value that comes after it. We can get that in the position to the right of 1. So we'd want to multiply those together. So 1 times 24. So in the output for this, we would get 24. That makes sense because if you multiply all these together, except for this one, we do get 24. And then we just repeat the exact same process for every value. So over here, we'd want the prefix of the values that come before it, and we'd want the postfix of the values that come after it. So 1 times 12 is just going to be 12. That's going to be the output. Again, repeat the same thing for here. The prefix is 2. Postfix is 4. We're going to get 8 as the output. That makes sense. If you take 24, if you take every value in here, multiply it except for 3, we do get 8. And similarly for this 4, we'd want the prefix 6, and the postfix, there are no, so we just assume that there's a 1 over here. So 6 times 1, this would be the output. So this is a very valid solution. This is a big O of n times solution. We're not using any division operator, but the downside is this is also big O of n memory, but we can actually use this idea because what they tell us is the output array does not count as extra memory. So we actually don't need these prefix and postfix arrays because we can compute these and we can compute these prefixes and postfixes and then store them in our output array, and that is going to end up making things easier for us because we're not going to have to use this extra postfix prefix memory. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 passes on our input array nums. First, we're going to start at the beginning and then go all the way to the end, basically computing every single prefix for the input array and then storing the prefix. So for example, the prefix of this is going to be stored over here, right? Because that prefix is needed to compute the result for this position. And so at that point, what we're going to say is every prefix is going to be in the output. Basically, the prefix over here is going to be stored in the second position. The prefix over here is going to be stored here. The prefix from this is going to be stored here. And remember how for the first position, there is no prefix, so we're going to put a default value of 1 over here. And then after that, we're going to do a pass going from the end to the beginning, computing every postfix. So for example, this postfix, and then in the result, we're already going to have the prefix stored over here. This prefix, right? The first 2 values.
Bro, what am I looking at? What the fuck is this? Allah, Allahu Akbar. Love you, love you, love you. Okay. Oh my god, Bonnie. Hey, someone grab him stinkers. The fucking beard is weird. Tough talk. Security for the year. I think Smart Band is going crazy. Math and geometry. Ooh, tough one. Graphs. Ooh, another tough one. Yeah, this 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 6, 7, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16. I need like 16 days to prepare for all of this. 16 days. My leg feels numb. Fuck. Oh fuck. You fuck. Design Twitter, wow. He just designed Twitter, bro. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Just have to like design Twitter. Nothing like serious or anything. Yeah, just design Twitter. Okay, what was I thinking? Neat code.
I've solved a lot of leak code. With all the doom and gloom going on lately, I thought it'd be nice to take a little break and watch a video from one of my favorite rainforest animals, the coding sloth. Should you
Harvard undergraduates believe that inventing a job is better than finding a job.
study computer science? By the way, I love this guy. Make sure to check out his video, like and subscribe to him. Very funny guy. Let's get into it.
I'm going to be honest with you all. The tech market right now is cooked. There's 4 paths you can go down to get that sweet and succulent tech job, and each has their own difficulty. We have recruit, your dad is the CEO, regular, computer science student, pardon,
Okay, that's me. So I played on regular difficulty.
a boot camp, and then we have veteran, people who are self-taught. But honestly,
I have a lot of respect for people that are self-taught, but at the same time, I feel like everybody is self-taught. I mean, just going to college, people expect that everything is just going to work out for them, but everything in life is what you make it, unless, of course, your dad is the CEO.
in today's job market, everyone's playing on veteran. Like, bro, imagine wasting 4 years of your life just to end up at McDonald's putting fries in the bag. Are getting laid off, and new grads, good luck to them. People from top universities struggling. People who worked at Fang.
What the hell? I don't know where you found that picture of me. The way this looks a little sus, doesn't it? The way we're both posing and like smiling together, and the fact that I'm wearing pink, like Barbie pink.
Like Google, struggling. People with experience, struggling. I myself am a victim to this market. Why do you think I make these stupid videos? And it's not just me.
Oh, that's kind of sad, but funny at the same time.
that thinks this. Look at all these YouTube videos from experienced engineers. They all have similar opinions. And do not look at Reddit because you'll feel worse if you look at Reddit. Not only that, the interview process is also getting more difficult. I've seen posts that all you had to do was solve an easy or medium leak code problem. But nowadays it's
One thing I want to say is that everybody assumes that like before the 2022, the tech slump, and before COVID, that everything was just like perfect. There was a big struggle to get your foot in the door. Like as a new grad, just getting your first internship or your first job, getting like your resume was actually a pain in the ass, at least for me. Like I was try-harding too. Getting your foot in the door is the hardest part. It's exponentially easier after that, so just keep that in mind.
sounds like they want you to write an algorithm to solve world hunger in like 10 minutes.
For your interview question, create Google.
What? What?
Yeah, you got 10 minutes.
Wait, what
the hell? He was not supposed to leak this question, yo. That's the question I used to ask. Damn.
Write an algorithm to solve world hunger in like 10 minutes.
For your interview question, create Google.
What? What?
Yeah, you got 10 minutes.
Wait, what do you...
Oh yeah, you have to do it in assembly.
Wait.
Time's up.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that was a good attempt. You'll get an email in a few days letting you know if you pass or not.
Interview process is tough. And then we got AI. It's going crazy and it's probably gonna replace us in 10 years. Okay, I'm being dramatic. It's not that crazy. The market itself is not that good, but it's also not impossible. As long as you work on projects, prepare for interviews, network with people, it's possible.
I think anecdotes, for a lot of people, they drive a lot of emotion. Like, they can make you feel really, really good or make you feel really, really bad. Like, if you see a Reddit post that's encouraging or discouraging, what I try to do is just focus on, like, the overall trend. And I think over the next 5 to 10 years, hopefully, with interest rates going down, hiring will pick back up. That said, let me give you an anecdote because I know how powerful those are for people. Looks like a post made 8 hours ago on LeetCode has like 600 upvotes. Hiring is absolutely picking back up. I don't know how much experience this person has, but they have 5 interviews lined up. So maybe they're not a new grad, but still who've been coding since like high school. You know, they're better than like the average junior.
You even need the degree. Technically, no you don't. A lot of jobs don't require a degree, but a degree will help you out massively. I mean, let's think about it. If you were a recruiter, who would you trust? Each of these people have no experience. We have Bob, who did a 3-month boot camp. We have Charlie, he self-studied for...
This is kind of the simplest approach, getting like a degree, but I wonder for people who are like genuinely interested in computer science and software engineering, and when I say genuinely interested, I mean like really, really passionate about it, like those kids you see on Twitter, like those 18-year-olds who've been coding since like high school, you know, they're better than like the average junior Fang developer or even like the mid-level Fang developer. Those types of people, like there's no way they have difficulty finding jobs because like they're on Twitter doing super impressive stuff, even like networking in a way, showing off how skilled they are. And I wonder, like, I feel like there's always a job market for people like that, for somebody who's genuinely skilled and good at what they do and has connections with people. You can't just be, you know, sitting in your closet all day coding because nobody's going to know about it no matter how good you are. So if I was, you know, young again and unemployed, that might be the approach that I take. And that's kind of what I did in a way when I was like unemployed for a year after graduation. For people who don't know, I was just making like LeetCode videos. Probably I could have been networking a bit more. That would have given me a bit more opportunities. Just showing off my skills, doing something genuinely impressive.
For 4 years, but he doesn't have a degree? Or would you trust Chad? He has a 4-year degree from a college. If you're...
Honestly, nowadays, to me, when I see a degree, it's not worth that much. I've seen plenty of people who have a degree and they're so trash. The college I went to, people cheated so much. People cheated. They don't know how to code. They graduated and they barely knew how to code. GPAs and degrees are one metric that like innate.
Was not what I was expecting. I was out here learning things like discrete math, automata theory, operating systems. I mean, that one was obvious. I'm just stupid. If you like these topics, fair enough. But this is not...
I love these topics. I hate building stuff. I love operating systems and automata, discrete math. I talk about it in every video I make for
what I wanted to do. I just wanted to program games and websites. I wanted to make my own Minecraft mod. Computer science is not software engineering. Computer science is all about the theoretical.
I think that's very true. I forgot a lot of stuff that I learned in school, but the high level concepts, like I know what they are. Like I know like those operating system level things. The last couple of videos I've like talked about them. You can kind of tell, like, I have a very fuzzy understanding of them because I haven't really touched them in a long time, but I know that they exist. The average self-studier has less understanding of those things. I'm not saying that spending 4 years learning those is worth it if all you want to do is just build stuff. I think there's a lot of flaws in, like, the education system, to be honest, but I think that's unrelated.
To know the ins and outs of a computer. You're going to be all up in that computer's guts. And this gives you the freedom to explore different areas of programming. You can now do stuff like explore web development, mobile development, cybersecurity. You're probably going to learn some math like calculus and linear algebra.
Very true. I think, like, if you're self-studying, you can become a front-end developer a lot easier than you can become a back-end developer, because when you get into back-end development, that operating systems class is going to be useful. Like, I had a random ass problem when I was working at Google. It had to do with like a Java thread pool issue, and fixing it requires actual understanding of what's going on. To be honest, I'm not going to act like I fixed it myself. I just asked the staff engineer for help. Still, you know what I mean? And also, I want to say that when you work at a company like Google, you're expected to learn very quickly. You're expected to learn things on your own. So if there's anything that you ever learn in your life, whether it's from school, YouTube, or personal experiences, learn how to learn. You can't just,
You can do, but you're most likely still going to be self-taught. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're still going to be using YouTube University. In my experience, the professors mainly gave you lecture notes to introduce you to the concepts.
That's what makes me feel like college is such a scam. Not 100% a scam, because like the degree is worth something, but man, like even at my university, which, you know, wasn't super prestigious or anything, but it's like you're sitting in class, some of those professors are so bad, and it's like, why am I paying thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars per year when I could just watch better videos on YouTube? It doesn't make sense. It's one of the few things that makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that I sell courses. At least I'm not one of those people, you know, selling those $10,000 courses or boot camps, which are just a complete waste.
And then they'll give you assignments to work on it, but that's basically it. Like, from then on, it's up to you to figure things out. Resources are the top choice for developers to learn to code, where apparently 82% of developers use online resources.
Wait a minute. What are you using that's not an online resource? I mean, obviously colleagues, but you know, it's hard to get access to colleagues. Even if you have smart ones, they don't want to spend all their time tutoring you. Coding boot camp, friend or family member, interesting. On-the-job training. I had one internship and 2 full-time jobs. None of them I got on-the-job training. I'm dead serious. Who's getting on-the-job training? Like, did I just have some crappy teams? Nobody taught me anything. Nobody taught me what a unit test was, how to write it, how are like good ways to write it. Like, seriously. Okay, so school, e-courses, which kind of an online resources, books and physical media. Interesting. I like the idea of books. Depending on what you're learning, they might be outdated. Another reason why I personally prefer back-end and lower-level programming, but anyways.
To learn, so that's fun. Another concern that a lot of people have is, what about AI? Is AI gonna replace software engineers? Devin
AI. Whoa, guys. Now I'm nervous. Devin AI. It's definitely gonna put me out of business pretty soon.
Once again, from the Stack Overflow.
I don't know.
Not a threat to their jobs.
Guys, no.
Already use AI to write code, and this is a pretty big deal. This means that generative...
I wish I knew what the tools they were using at Google were. I remember it's been about like 2 years since I left, and at that time they were just starting to introduce AI assistant.
It's like done, bro. Software engineering is like done, Loki.
Tools.
It's cooked.
AI is an essential and a must-have skill for software engineers. So while it's not going to replace us yet, it's still a pretty helpful tool to know. So if you want a resource to help you learn how to use AI for programming, you can check out Coursera's new course. It's called
Slots Channel.
Oh, don't. Still gonna have to self-study some skills. Actually, let me expand on this more. Not only do you have to self-study for school, you have to self-study for jobs. Because remember how I said computer science is more theoretical? They're preparing you for research positions, not for software engineering positions. Now, what does this mean? You're gonna look at the job requirements and you're gonna realize, wow, I don't know a single technology. I don't have a single skill here. Now, unfortunately, this happens to a lot of students, but it's not that bad. Because remember, if you did computer science, you have a well-rounded education, so you should have a strong foundation, which will make it easier to learn these technologies. But I can understand why some people are frustrated, because now you have to work on personal projects while doing your coursework and working on interview preparation.
And this is why I kind of feel like college is a scam, because quite frankly, honestly, like, even if you want that well-rounded education, you can get that. Do you really need 4 years to get that? I felt like after 3 years, I had the well-rounded education, and I had my interests that I wanted to pursue, but I still had to take a bunch of courses, which courses are just not an efficient way to learn. When you have like this course with 100 or 200 people in a lecture hall, everybody goes at a different pace. Looking back, I feel like I could learn all the stuff I did in college, honestly, in like 1 year if I was just self-studying it. It's kind of ridiculous.
This sucks because you're paying thousands of dollars just so you can teach yourself these skills using online resources that were free in the first place. So this goes back to the question, why should you even study computer science if it's not going to teach me the skills? And I know what you're thinking. This is a load of barnacles. And I see it, I understand. I was in the same boat, but what I learned, unfortunately, after I graduated, the best part about doing a computer science degree is surprisingly not the education. It's the opportunities you have as a student that you don't get anywhere else. Now, unfortunately, you have to touch grass and socialize, which 90% of computer science students don't want to do. But there's 3 big opportunities you get as a student: internships, research positions, and hackathons. Now, internships are really good, where you spend like 3 months interning. Compared to well enough, you can get a return offer.
True. Some companies, I think Google makes you re-interview even if you're an intern. Like, that's just nuts. I don't understand why they do that.
Which means you can get a full-time position, or you can intern there again without having to go through the interview process, which is amazing. And 3, the money. Now, for research positions, these aren't exactly like internships or industry jobs, but they're pretty helpful if you need some experience on your resume, or if you want to pursue a higher level of education, because it's way easier to get into these positions. Compared to an internship, at least, the only difficult part is maybe getting your name published on a paper, but if the goal is for a job, then a research position is a good way to get some experience. All you really have to do is ask a professor if you can help with the research. This could be a professor at your college, or even if you don't go to that college.
Man, looking back, I missed out on so many opportunities. I wish I had pursued the things that were interesting to me. If there's one piece of advice I would give to people, is do things that are interesting to you, because it's so much easier. It's like nobody has to tell you to play video games if you genuinely enjoy it. It just kind of happens. There's so many things I could have done that would have been easy for me had I actually pursued them.
Surprisingly, some professors will still let you work with them, but it'll be way easier if you contact the professor that's in your university.
By the way, back to Reddit for a second. On the subject of applying for a research position, I saw this post on Reddit, and I thought it was funny. Somebody sent an email to a professor wanting to be a research assistant, and this is the response that they got. For volunteer, I require 20 hours a week in a lab. For volunteer, not a paid position, for volunteer, with hours reported in and out. Weekly detailed progress report with high expectations on performance. If you do not perform, I will fire you and share a performance report with other professors. If you're gonna fire somebody, first of all, you can phrase it a little bit more nicely, but second of all, sharing a performance report with other professors, I mean, assuming that they're trying their best, that's kind of a dick move, because my time is more important than you, not than your time, than you. Wow. 99% of volunteers waste time, and I've had 40 volunteer applicants, 39 wasted time. If you accept the condition that I can interview on Teams, otherwise I've already spent enough time on you. Good luck. Wow. I don't think most professors are like this, and I'm not trying to give you a reason not to approach professors, especially if you have some nice ones, but damn. Anyways, make sure to subscribe to my boy. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
I was lucky enough to reach out to a guy, and hopefully I work a research position with him. Hopefully. I'm gonna go back to leet coding. Leet coding this shit. What is it? We're going this one. I'm gonna try to attempt to solve this. This one, yeah. Hopefully I can finish this today. Yes, this is going to be a quick little break for me. I'm gonna come back and do some leet coding, look into the Markov chain, and yeah, I think that'll be it for today. It's got to be 12 hours though. I think it's like 4 hours. Three maybe. Yeah, 4 hours. So yeah. Fucking hell, bro. All of the Markov chain. Let's look at this again. Brother, this app, I like this app, but sometimes it's just like, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 in like another 6 sessions I could like start learning about Markov's rule. It's funny because all of these algorithms are being used underneath, but yeah. It's like I have like a morning ritual. I do this like when I'm eating like lunch or whatever. That's when I'm like the least creative too, kind of a bad thing. I go on Hinge when I'm eating lunch or like eating some sort of breakfast. Try to like think the most funny and creative shit. It works. It definitely works. Again, if you're like sitting on Hinge while like late at night, it's pathetic. But if you're like multitasking, right, you're like eating food, you're like working on whatever, you're trying to like think something funny, then it's not sad. Then you can actually be like, again, when you get matched with a baddie or whatever, that's kind of like, fuck, it's kind of sad, you know. I'm just doxing people every day. Fuck, I should stop doing it. Okay, fuck, I need to like create a new GitHub account. Things to do. Let's solve this. So the idea is basically we go here, do all of this, multiply all of this. We go here, do this, do that. Okay, product except self in a given array. So let's take the rule. I think I should make another. Probably not. I think I'm gonna. I shouldn't be able to like. If I store it, the memory is gonna like. So every number, I need to multiply every other number. How do I go about it? So let me take the first one and the right side. Okay, let me go right side sum, not really like a sum, but right side prod. And we have left side prod. So for the right side prod, it's gonna take a lot of memory, which is not fun. after every iteration I need to like clear the memory, clear the thing product, so that it could be used for the next thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to append the product, the right side product. So it's going to be like I'm going to return nums. Okay, I'm going to return right side prod. Oh shit, no. Oh, why is it doing that? Fuck! Don't do that. We have this. Dot append. I'm gonna append nums I. I'm doing something wrong. Let me try again. So far, what am I doing wrong? Okay, the right side sum. A brute force solution way to iterate. Okay, we know this. Maybe to avoid repeated work, maybe you can store the result in an array. That's what I was thinking. So, oh yeah, actually, yeah, result is equal to an empty array. Let's iterate. The first thing would be that would be a pretty long one, but yeah, that will be a pretty long one. We don't want that. I mean, is there another way to do it for j in I? This is the way. We just have to like return j powered, multiply 2. No, j times j plus ten bucks to get high, pray that I don't die, but if I die, see you in the sky. 2 points on a quick way. Don't need to stay, babe. Let's go away. Can you leave the whole behind? It is not iterable. Oh yeah. Cannot iterate. Cannot iterate an object. I mean number. That's known. Can I do that? What am I doing wrong? Product would be equal to, what will the product be? I think the product will be, I need to multiply everything, don't I? What will the product be? My double cup put me to the way. Is she talking about give me hair? What am I doing wrong? What is this? am I doing wrong? Fuck. I need a timer. 20 minutes for a... Can't you? Oh, fucking hell. You don't have a timer? What are we? So gay. Such a gay way of looking at things. Okay, anyway. I can't solve it. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, Joe Rogan? Should I move on to the next one? Probably not. I'm gonna give it another try. 20 minutes. Let's go. I'm gonna kill someone. Fuck. How do I finish this? Let's go. For a given integer array, num return value is the product of all element except, okay, each product is guaranteed to fit a 32 integer follow-up. Could you solve it in n time using without a division operator? Okay, first let me like would be the for I in nums. How do I iterate over everything except that? In an n+1 way. How do I do that? Bro, fuck it. Let me just like look at the solution. I don't give a fuck. Ah, it's so hard. So hard. That's why I'm gonna move on to the next. Bro. Okay, let me like finish, go back and finish everything. Oh, this is so easy. So I need to find, so what do I need to do again? I need to find that. I don't have to be worried about this. It's going to be one unique solution, so I don't have to be worried about having like duplicates. So let's say 7. 5 plus 2 also gives 7. So yeah, I don't have to be worried about that case. So first I'm gonna do nums is equal to this thing, target is 10. First we're gonna iterate over these two, right? I'm gonna give a bucket, and that bucket is going to be empty. I'm going to use like a bucket sort where for I in Now so I'm going to iterate over the thing, the strings, and I'm going to find target is equal to 10 now. I'm going to iterate over this one. So let's see. I'm going to return I'm going to take the difference actually, right? Difference would be the target minus the I. And it's going to be, I'm going to iterate over here inside the loop. I'm going to take this, go down here. So yeah, so let's say it's 4 minus the difference would be like the target is 10, so it would be 10 minus 4, and I'll be searching if num of I equal to difference return that value. I'm going to create an output. We're going to return that value to this. We're not going to return it yet. Yeah, after all that's done, we're gonna do this. Let's give it a check. It's not gonna work. Syntax error, obviously. Will I go back? Spelling mistake. can even do a enumerate, but I think that'll kind of misses the point. Fuck, what am I doing wrong? It's gonna be time. Is it time yet? Damn it! So I should be able to solve the easy problems within 5 minutes, and the difficult within 10 minutes. I'm gonna Michael Pixley. I'm gonna smash you, boy. Bro, the exact same code. What the fuck? It's word for word, man. Word for word. What the fuck is going on? Like, okay. Let's look into it again. So I'm mapping the thing. I'm using a hash map. I'm gonna submit it. I don't care. Let's go to the. I'm using hash map. Group anagrams. Again, think I could use a hash map. What's the difference between a, when should I use a hash table compared to a hash map? Yeah, this is like ordinal numbers and shit. Super weird question. This one is relatively like simple though, I think. I'm using like a bucket sort of some sort. What is k nearest? I'm gonna take 15 minutes to solve the k nearest. So what are we doing with this again? You're using a bucket sort and going backwards, counting it. I think we can do. So for this question, I think we could use a hash map, priv map, or map in general. No. And we're gonna assign the count with the values. So count is gonna be equal to length of range of list plus 1. Actually, we're gonna count values is gonna be empty for now. Fuck. Can you like go away? And it's gonna be count. Yeah, mapping this way. Okay. And values are just gonna be nums, right? It's just gonna be nums. The length, the number, the count. Is this right, by the way? I don't think so. Now the length of nums plus 1, isn't it? If count minus 1, I should like go backwards, right? So yeah, let's take first one for I enumerate in nums. It's gonna be if n So the first one we need to check if I is in priv map. If it is, I need to add that shit to add 1 to that count. How do I do that? If it is, I need to in here would be like k, now count, now priv map, return priv map or some shit, like return priv map, like starting from this side. It's like, bro, I'm just like making it up. It's like, it sounds like professional, but I'm winging it so deeply. So yeah, this will do something like this, right? Something like that. Okay. And for now, I'm gonna focus on I in priv map. If this is in priv map, I need to add 1 to the count. If it is not, I'll return. If it is not, I need to move on to the next one, and I'll return. At the end, I'll return. I'll just try to like print what's in it for debugging for now. Print print priv map. Yeah, don't forget about this for a while. Okay, I'll try to do that. It's gonna be empty dictionary. I just have to append it, right? Freak plus 1 is equal to, yeah. And I need to return. Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell, return. The fuck is wrong with you, proof map? I have, so I need to go and for so I need to like, I'll do another test case. So, okay, the first, how does it go? How does this go? So I'm having this. So I want to check, should I define, how do I define how do we do the second operation? Yeah, that is not the way to go. ChatGPT is kind of retarded. So I need to find the largest key value. So let's return. Let's go. Let's actually print that. What does it actually do? Nigga. I think that's a splicing operation that I need. Fuck. That's 15 minutes. Why? Why is that? Should I convert it to a string? Oh, this one. Show me the print. Show me the print, nigga. So we have 7. And we have 1 and 2. What? Why is it 1 and 2? What is the solution? Bruv. Why am I doing heap? The fuck? Bucket sort. So I need to count it. Bro, this is not the answer. I'm gonna take a break. Breaks are key for a successful study session. 5 hours, bro. First time. just schizophrenic. Fuck. Gonna listen to some music, come back to this problem, and yeah, hopefully. Bro, I hate this so much. Can I have like one roadmap open all the time so that I can like see what's going on? So right now I'm in here. Group anagrams is kind of weird. This one and this one is going to be easy. I need to make a start on this, last three. I think I can do it today. That'll be fine though. The neat code guy has like 500 fucking problems. I don't think that's necessary for me to do anything with Python even. And I think knowing this would be like really, really powerful. Like, yeah, I think this is the path for me. Arrays, 2-point, linked list, trees, go on a little bit heaps and intervals, advanced graph, like go on here, this. I don't need to learn bit manipulation. I want to actually keep track of time. How long have I been out? Okay. just realized it's in 2 times speed. It is what it is. Okay, that's like 30 minutes of a break. I think I'm energized, back to doing the leet code. Hopefully hash maps and hash tables gets really digged deep into my subconscious. And yeah, I can go on about my day. I don't have to be worried about this anymore. My heart rate is like really up because of my whatever. Who cares, right? Like no one watching. That'll do the job for now. Alright, can you guys see me? No. To make a check really quick before I hop on. You guys can see me. It's hot again for some reason. I need to get my... Oh fuck, no. Almost can spill my water. Shit. One of these days, I'll get a audience of hundreds of people watching me. That's gonna be fun. Until then, it's just me. Shit, it's like a 40-minute break. Fucking hell. So, yeah, I'm gonna do the hash maps and I'm gonna do the Markov's chain. I think that'll be it for today. So this is the solution by ChatGPT. So stored frequency, stored key, sorted lambda key is like some lambda x, and what the fuck is this? Reverse is true. Let's do a niche. I think this, okay. So what did I do? Sort keys by frequency. What does this do? What does step 2 do? What does explain the lambda thing? Let's see. Sorted function, it's an inbuilt Python function that takes iterable like list or dictionary and returns a new sorted list. Iterable frequency key. What is the lambda? This is a sorting rule that function tells the value that you use comparing to the element. Let's unpack it. What does it do for each? Can I do that again? Probably not. Sort keys. Again, this is understandable, but sorted frequent key is equal to lambda this thing, and reverse, we are reversing that list. If I'm not reversed, if this is not reversed, let's just say, can this be true? Can this should be true? Should be, right? Reverse is false, let's say. I don't know the default parameter. False, let's say. I don't understand the lambda thing. I don't understand the key lambda thing. Okay. I'm gonna do another 15-minute. I'm gonna submit this. I'm gonna pretend I know what's going on, and I'm gonna submit this because why the fuck not? I'm gonna encode and decode string. I'm gonna pretend like I've never seen. I mean, let's just class solution. Okay. I've never seen it. I've never seen the solution. Let's just go. So the first step, I wanna fuck. I don't have that. Do I want to do it? Fuck. I've attempted it before, so I think I need to. You know what I need to do? I need to look at the solution and try to do it. Fucking retarded. Okay. This just gives me a headache looking at it. Let's look at the solution, encoding and decoding. It's gonna be res. Res is gonna be like an empty string. For s in string, we're gonna get the length of the string, turn it into a string, and do that. Okay. And return res to the encode thing. And res is empty now for some reason. So it's like two different function. Okay, res is empty now. I is equal to 0. What? The splicing is just like sometimes gets so annoying to just look at. I just have to like make sure while I is smaller than the length of the string, meaning the string is like 3 letters. Let's say it's like 4 letters, right? It'll be like 6 letters with the encoder thing. We would need to, while I is bigger than that, we need to I is equal to j. Why is that? Why don't you just use, okay, whatever, I is equal to j. So s of index of j. So this will be like a 6 hashtag whatever. We need to omit that, not equal to that. We need to go back again, add one, okay. Now this is true, everything here is true. This will be like a one big string, right? We've separated. Length is equal to, what am I looking at?
Because the code. Now let's get into the code. You can see the interface is a little bit different. Yes, we are doing this on lint.
Should I stop leet coding? I think my leet coding abilities has gone down significantly. I think I should stop leet coding now. I should call it a day or do something else. My ability to leet code has gone down. So I'm gonna call it a day and come back. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. It's what should I like look into when I come back? It's gotta be leet code now. I need to like get like a solid leet code habit. So let me go to my calendar. So every day when I wake up, it's gonna be 8 a.m. sharp every day. It's gonna be 2 hours of leet code. Leet coding more. Daily. This is compulsory every day. This is the only way to like I'm not going to. I'm not going to the gym. So 5. I'm gonna come back. No, probably a 6. I'm gonna 6 to 12. It's gonna be another 6 hour. What do I need to look into? I'm gonna look into HMM, and how it relates to each other. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream right there.